Good evening, and welcome to Earth Weekend. Last year, we started a tradition on this channel of celebrating Earth Day with Lego dinosaurs. Last year, we did a 8-in-1 set on computer Lego, but this year, I am pleased to be able to do some real Lego for my first Lego dinosaurs. This is not actually from the Lego Jurassic line. This is from the Lego Ideas line. I do have plans to get a few of the Jurassic sets as well. Let me show you what we're building tonight. Um, Camera. So this is the set I got. These to represent the beginnings of my Lego dinosaur collection. Lego has a rich history with dinosaurs. Before they got the Jurassic movie franchise license, they actually had 4 different in-house themes based around dinosaurs since the 90s. So Lego has a rich history with dinosaurs, and this is one of the bigger sets. This one's about dinosaur museum-style dinosaur skeletons. There's 3 skeletons we will be building tonight. You can see a pterodactyl, a triceratops, and then we'll finish with a big Tyrannosaurus. There's 900 pieces in this set and 3 builds, and so we're going to be here for a while tonight. I know Earth Day itself is Monday, but Monday is actually Monday and Tuesday is the Jewish holiday Passover, coinciding with Earth Day this year. So I'm a little occupied with family plans both nights, which is why we're celebrating Earth Weekend instead of Earth Day. But here we are. Let's go ahead and get these dinosaurs started. Here is the back of the box. And this set is from a couple years ago. It actually retired a year or 2 ago. This is right before they started putting all the idea sets in black boxes. This was when they still decorated the boxes. And the back just shows you, it actually shows you the dimensions of how long each of the dinosaurs is. Most Lego product doesn't tell you the size on it. So let's see, we need to find where this box doesn't have the standard push tabs for opening. This box actually has some tape. And I do not have... Do I have a scissor? Oh, this piece of tape is coming off. Alright, so now I have to get into this piece of tape. And this set also comes with 2 minifigures. There's what appears to be a museum guide or paleontologist, and also it comes with a skeleton, a minifigure skeleton for scale. And there are a lot of numbered bags in here. Alright, so we have here 3 instruction books and a very tiny sticker sheet. So here's the instruction books. The one for the pterodactyl. And then here's the one for the Tyrannosaurus. And here is the one for the Triceratops. Each dinosaur has its own instruction book. But as you know, we actually do the instructions from the PDF on the corner. There's this little tiny sticker sheet with what appear to be 3 label plaques and then 2 other small details. And so the stickers aren't going to be a big deal for the set. It's just those 5 little stickers. And we have okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, what appear to be 6 numbered bags. So let me look at the instructions real quick and see which bags go with which. So the Tyrannosaurus is going to be 4, 5, and 6. And I'm setting each dinosaur's bags aside until we need them. So here's 4, 5, and 6 for the Tyrannosaurus. And then it looks like the Triceratops is going to be 2 and 3. So Lego Ideas is a cool theme in that with Lego Ideas, they're actually a Lego fans design the sets, and then if they get enough votes, they get sent to Lego to be reviewed and turned into an actual Lego set. And that's what happened with this set. The original idea submission, it is my understanding, had 5 skeletons, but the Lego designers streamlined it, and the skeletons, as the designer submitted them, were, as I understand it, pretty unstable. So they focused in and made 3 much better looking skeletons. At least that's how I understand how I've heard the story. So we'll keep the sticker sheet. Actually, given that these are just the plaques, I'll keep that off to the side. We do have my trusty tool here. Let's pull up the first instruction book, which is just going to be the pterodactyl here. And let's go ahead, and it says, all right. So here it says bag 1 is going to be the pterodactyl and the paleontologist and what appears to be a crate of supplies. So let's go ahead and open bag 1. And given that this is a skeleton set, there's a lot of thin round pieces that are going to want to try and roll off the table. And I need to try and avoid that. Hold on a second. How did this box open? I need to find the opening of the box so I can put the little baggies in there. So yeah, it doesn't look like there's too much to the pterodactyl, but given that there's between the 3 skeletons, there's 900 pieces. Don't underestimate the set based solely on the contents of the first bag. Alright, so we start by building our paleontologist. Oh, that's cool. He's got 2-tone legs. Usually with a generic non-named character minifigure like this, usually they do plain legs. So that's pretty cool that he's got 2-tone legs. Alright, we need to find his hair. And it looks like he holds a bone and a magnifying glass. So let's find his accessories. Okay. And then there's a bone in here somewhere. And there's what appears to be a dinosaur egg here. And I actually have that piece. Oh! I have another copy of the teal brick separator. Interesting. I now have a spare. I now have 2 tools. Not that I ever use them, but it's nice to have that option. Okay, so he just holds a regular small bone in his hand. according to the picture, like this. There's our paleontologist, and also going to call him the museum curator, since these are museum-style dinosaur skeletons. And I will sit him on the edge of the table to watch the action. Okay, and then the next page, we have a crate of supplies. Okay, so we have the crate, and it says so this little dinosaur egg piece, I actually have one more of these. The other one I have is actually printed and came in the Mario Yoshi set I have. So we need another one of the bones. And it looks like the supplies just sit loose in the crate. So I'm going to take the crate off to the side um, so it doesn't get knocked over. It comes with this little mug. And then we need the pieces of the book. And it came with a whole assortment of tools here. But it looks like we only need the wrench and the chisel. Not the wrench, it looks like a screwdriver there. But you know what? I'm actually going to take all these silver tools off to the side. And I'm not going to include them in the chest just for now. We do have this black lipstick piece, though. It's meant to be a lipstick tube that the instructions are showing. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is in the context of this, but it's supposed to be some other kind of tool, maybe a scraper of some kind. The silver tools I'm going to put off to the side. When they give you the tools, because of the way they're produced in the factory, they give you the whole set, even if you don't need the whole set. But I'm actually going to take the tools and make them part of my spare bits bag. Because there's already going to be enough loose pieces in the crate as it is, between the scraper, the mug, the bone, the egg. And it also shows here that we're going to be putting together one of the Lego books. So we need this tile, and this tile is going to get a sticker, and then so this tile will go inside, this sticker will go inside the book, and then I'll put on the book cover. I've done Lego books before. There was one that came in one of the Harry Potter sets that I did off stream, and then in the Christmas, the Star Wars holiday set we did, Rey holds the Ancient Jedi Journal, but I don't think that one came with a printed cover, but I don't think there was a sticker for the inside of the book, and I just did that whole sticker off camera, but that's fairly normal for stickers. And then we'll pop the cover onto the journal like this. Did I attach that correctly? Yeah, I think I did. So here's the paleontologist journal, and inside the book opens up to reveal this sketch of a bone. And so we'll take the book, the egg, the bone, the mug, and the little scraper tool, and we'll put them inside this little crate of supplies for the paleontologist to use. And there's our little crate of supplies here. And I will just set that out of the way where it's not going to spill over. I think that means it's time to move on to the actual dinosaur. And I will let the paleontologist sit here in the back for all three builds, I think. Even though he's only part of bag one. As usual, standard Lego disclaimer. My fat fingers get in the way, especially with small pieces, but I will try and keep as much as possible in the camera view. So it looks like we're starting off with a base. And the other two dinosaurs actually have a... I've looked at the instructions when I was doing this in a computer Lego. The other two dinosaurs are actually attached to their legs are attached to the bases with some Technic in order to be more secure and allow them to maintain dynamic poses. Those dinosaur skeletons are bigger though and need more support, so that's why those two use Technic. There's actually a Technic frame that you build up sticking out of the base on those two, which then you build the legs around. And here is, this piece is actually the basic minifigure stand that they use for the collectible minifigures blind bag series. About 20 minutes in, and we're just starting the pedestal of the first dinosaur. Well, I talk a lot, and we talked a lot about his tools, so I knew it was going to be a long stream tonight. And then there's this piece here that goes onto this clip. And we're doing the sticker. And the sticker for this is the plaque with the dinosaur name. Pteranodon longiceps, it says. And I will show you in a minute what it looks like after I apply the sticker. So that's what it looks like with the sticker on. And then we need this long axle rod here. And then this piece here. No, not that piece. This piece. And I'm guessing this is what's going to allow the Pteranodon skeleton to look like it's flying. Alright, so now there's the stand. We'll set it aside until we need it. And let's begin building our Pteranodon skeleton. Normally for a big set like this, if I was doing this off of stream, I would do it on the bigger table in the room. I do in fact get Legos for myself to build off stream, but I do it rarely. Most of my Legos I do on stream. This doesn't look like anything yet. It's hard to believe we're already halfway through the instruction book for this dinosaur. But it looks like it's going to take shape pretty quickly. Alright, where's the other one of those? There it is. That's not the right piece. This is the piece I want. There we go. Alright. And sorry I'm not talking too much. There's not really a lot to talk about. I mean, these are dinosaur skeletons. Um, I mean, there is a lot to talk about with dinosaurs. It's just that we'll be here for a few hours. The other builds, the other two builds in the set, unlike this one, which is designed to be pretty quick, pretty quick build. The other two dinosaurs in the set are substantial builds and will probably take me a couple hours, and we'll be here for an hour or so. I don't need to be talking solidly through the whole time, because that'll just strain my voice. But yeah, I will definitely be talking about dinosaurs, little bits and pieces throughout this build. I love dinosaurs. Well, I don't think I would love them if I actually got a chance to meet them, because a lot of them are big and scary and threatening. But from the safety of all the dinosaurs being dead and in books and on computer screens, yeah, they don't have they don't pose a threat anymore. And so studying that, being able to look and study them from afar, I find them very interesting. And Lego, um, when we get into one of the bigger builds, I'll tell you a bit about Lego's history with dinosaurs, because Lego has a rich history with dinosaurs. Like I mentioned before they got the Jurassic license, they actually had four different in-house Lego themes for dinosaurs. So now it looks like we're building the Pteranodon's rib section. So I need to build four of these bits with the clips and the little tooth bits. I'm actually planning to get a few of the Jurassic sets as well. In addition to these dinosaur skeletons, there's one other dinosaur skeleton model in the Modular Buildings series. They last year put out the Natural History Museum, and one of the main features of that museum is a model of a Brachiosaurus done in this style. And I'm thinking about going through the instructions and pulling parts for just the Brachiosaurus, because I don't have the space for the Natural History Museum as a whole. So I'm thinking about getting the parts and parts building that skeleton to go with these three. I may start setting that up. Okay, so the picture wasn't clear how I was supposed to angle these bits, and I actually had them perpendicular to how they were supposed to go. So, actually, I have the whole thing backwards. Yeah, alright. Let's get these ribs clipped on, and then I can rotate the ribs as they're meant to be facing. And sorry if I'm off camera. This Pteranodon's body build is deceptively tiny, and I need to be able to see what I'm doing for myself. These are meant to be at a slight angle, but matching angles. And then let's put this last bone on, and we'll angle that in as it needs to be. And these are not all lined up properly. Alright, so now we have the ribs for our pterodactyl. And now it looks like we're building the main wing bones. So we have some of these Technic pins and axle pieces for the structure here, it looks like. And it says we're supposed to build 2 of these, but it goes on to the next page. So I'll build everything on this page, and then I will do the next page, and I will build those 2 steps again for the second one, and then I will turn the page and add the new steps to the contents of page 2. And it wants to roll off the table. Let's keep the skeleton in progress on camera. So I have built the first section of this wing and times 2, and now let's keep building. And sorry if I'm off camera. I'm just trying to do this in a comfortable position. And so now we will repeat those 2 steps on this one. And I have round bits that seem to want to roll all over this table. And now we will do these 2 steps. And then there's this bigger bone that comes off the tip like this, which I guess makes the shape of the end of the wing. You'll notice this being a skeleton, we're not going to see the actual wings because the wings of a pterodactyl were made up of skin and membrane. These are just the skeletons, the bones, so we won't get any of the soft flesh bits. So we're not going to get the actual wings on this model, just these wing bones. Alright, so we have our 2 wing bones there, and these will go on the back of the pterodactyl, it looks like. How do these attach? Okay, it looks like these attach into these pinholes that we put on the dinosaur's back, like this. Okay, that's pretty cool. So this is what we have so far. Our pterodactyl is really starting to take shape now. And then we're supposed to attach these, and I think these represent the claw bones that some pterodactyl species had on their wing bones. Because the wing bones on birds and pterodactyls and other flying creatures, the wings are the equivalent of what would be the arms or the forelegs on the front legs on ground-based animals. So some of them had hands or claws on their wings. So that's what those 2 bits are in that step. And now it looks like we're building. So you can see a ball joint on the front. That's where the head is going to go, it looks like. It doesn't really stand up, so we'll set him down like that. And now we're going to build. This might be its neck, actually, I think, what we're building right now. Yeah, because it's got 2 more pointy bones on it. And this attaches to that ball joint like this. So, and yeah, so that was the neck we just put on right here, the neck. And now it looks like we're going to build the head. There's not a lot of pieces left. I read somewhere that these 3 dinosaur skeletons are in scale with each other and also in scale with minifigures, which is why we're actually going to see a part of why they included a skeleton in bag 2. We're actually going to see a minifigure skeleton, so you can get a sense of the dinosaur's size comparison with a human skeletons. It's not my first Lego skull in my Lego minifigure collection, because there is a skull piece that came with one of the Harry Potter sets I have. However, it was just the skull, not the whole minifigure. The skeleton minifigure that we're going to see in the next bag is actually my first full skeleton minifigure in my Lego minifigure collection. Lego has a rich history with skeleton minifigures, um, and this will be my first. And looking forward to getting it into my collection. Okay, and it looks like this is supposed to go underneath, like that. Okay, and now it looks like we're building the crest on the back of the head. There were actually several different species of pterodactyls, this being Pteranodon longiceps, but there were a few different species that came in many different sizes and wing shapes and head and beak shapes as well. This is just one of the more classic, well-known species of them. And scientists actually, they do not officially classify flying creatures and the sea reptiles of the time. Flying reptiles and sea reptiles were not actually classified as dinosaurs, even though they were related, and we think of them as dinosaurs. Oh, and it looks like we get an extra bone. And this bone, I'm actually going to put in that little crate of tools with the other spare bone. Yeah. I put the crest on the wrong joint. That's why that looked wrong. Okay. Okay, so this is the skull of the Pteranodon. You can see it has this long, bony crest on the back of its head. And now we're going to attach that to the top of the neck, like that. And I can see all the different joints. It's actually somewhat posable, and all the different joints are moving around on me as I'm trying to set this up. So, there's our pterodactyl so far. And he's ready to be attached to the stand. And actually, this is it for our first dinosaur. I just need to see where's his attachment point. Where am I meant to plug this in? That would be this clip here. Oh, I just broke things. Hold on. Okay, this clip is actually held from a pin, so that's a fixed angle clip. So what we want to do is we actually want to clip on the Pteranodon and onto the base and then pose it. So we want to make sure we have a secure connection on the clip. And then we can pose him going up. And so the neck just goes up and down. There's a few different angles we can flex him. But that's a surprisingly strong connection for just being a single point of connection. And the legs will have out like he's flying. And we will, I will turn the wings down a little bit for a more forward. And then we'll raise the neck. And we will raise up the head. And we will open the jaw just a slight bit. So here is our pterodactyl. 40 minutes in, we have completed our first dinosaur skeleton. And which means it is now time to move on to bag the second dinosaur skeleton, which is our Triceratops. And for purposes of space, I'm going to take the pterodactyl and move him off to the side. The minifigure can stay and watch and supervise the construction of the other dinosaurs. Okay, so we're going to do the Triceratops, and it looks like there's some informational, educational bits here. Alright, this is where we get into the build itself. So it looks like build 2 is the stand and the body, and then bag 3 is going to be the details, including a complex build for the head. So we're going to open bag 2, and bag 2 is contains our little skeleton minifigure. It looks like he gets a little pedestal to stand on. Alright, so here's bag 2. And as we dump out bag 2, you can see some Technic pieces in there. These are what's going to hold the Triceratops steady against the base. And there's some big plates here that make up the base. Now, because the skeleton has his own little stand, I don't need to worry about him falling over, so we won't have to sit him down. We can just put him on the stand, and he'll be able to watch the build standing up, because he'll be secured. Anyway, let's get these big plates out of the way of the big pile of pieces. And now we should be able to work. Okay, so here's the skeleton. Here's the main piece of the skeleton. And there's his head. There's one of his arms. And I'm just attaching the pieces as I pull them up. Because there's a sea of a lot of white pieces here. So I'm not building this skeleton in any particular order. I need to find one more skeleton arm and one more skeleton leg. There we go. Well, that was a Butterfingers moment. It just slipped right out of my hand, but it didn't go off the table. So here's what a basic skeleton minifigure looks like. They've been done a lot since the 90s. There's a lot of these guys. But it looks like this one is actually supposed to get a hat, an adventuring hat. So that's what the skeleton looks like with his hat on. I think the hat's a nice touch. It gives it a little bit of an adventurous feel. Anyway, we now have to build his little pedestal. I'm saying his with a skeleton. You don't really know that for sure. Could be a girl skeleton. I mean, you never know, right? Skeleton doesn't really have any gender-defining features. But more than likely, in the context of the set, it's probably a boy skeleton. It's just there's no way to know 100% for sure. Alright, we're looking for a 2x1 black plate. There it is. And then these go on top of it like this. Oh, and then there's a little brown tile on front. And that tile gets a sticker. It gets the number 2 sticker, which says Lego Sapiens. So, like the dinosaur skeletons, there is a species name plaque for the human skeleton, which I think that the human skeleton is a cute touch, how they included a human skeleton for scale. So that's what the little base looks like with the species plaque. And wow, that's a little bit crooked. But you know what? I think the skeleton was meant partially for size comparison, but partially for comic relief. So if his plaque is a little crooked, it's not that huge a deal. And there's our human-sized skeleton, and we will put him here behind the paleontologist to watch the action of the build. Now we will begin building up the Triceratops base. And seeing how the base is starting off, I can tell this is going to be a big boy. But this connection is going to be secure in a little bit as we add more pieces on the to connect them. So yeah, the 2 plates already feel kind of secure, and that yellow brick won't be visible in the final build. There's a lot of colored bricks that we're gonna put into the space here that will not be visible once we cover the base. As you can see here, we have the beginnings of the Technic construction that is going to make up the stability for the legs of the Triceratops. So we're going to build up this Technic connection here. Did I not do that correctly? No, I did that correctly. And then there's one of these coming through this hole. And then I get this piece here. one of these goes up here. Sorry, I probably did that whole section off camera. I'm trying to focus on comfort in the positioning today, so if I go a little bit off camera, it's not that huge a deal. Okay, so this will press in here. And it looks like we build another one of those for the other side of the dinosaur's base. Okay. You'll notice that these structure bits come in different colors. They do that for internal structure bits to aid in placement. These bricks are not going to be visible once in the completed build, so that's why they can get away with doing colors for internal bits. It aids in placement in the instructions, because the structural bits are just as important as the final outside bits for making sure everything is shaped properly. Let me just make sure both of these are secure. So this is what we got so far. Oh, I forgot the pin. Hold on. I forgot to put the pin. There we go. So this is what we got so far on that. So those are going to be the supports for 2 of the legs. And then we have this big blue brick going down the middle. And then we, okay, so we're already going to start tiling off over those structural bits like that. Alright, and we get these other 2 big plates now. Okay, so this is going to be a big boy. Look how big the base plate section is going to be. Yeah. I know in my lighting, black on black is not that easy to see. But what we're doing now is we're putting in some bricks that will help secure and hold all the 4 plates together for stability. Wow, we haven't even put the skeleton on yet, and already this base feels like it's got some weight to it. So now we're tiling off the edges of what we already built. creating a nice, smooth, even platform for the dinosaur to stand over. So as you can see, we have now completely covered over that first pair of structural bits with only a little bit of exposed white that's going to make the bottom portion of the legs. But all the structural bits securing those two leg pieces in place, completely hidden up by the cleverly designed base. I appreciate that. There's a lot going into this base, and the T-Rex, the Tyrannosaurus that we'll be building after this, does a similar thing with its base, where it has a colorful Technic structure holding the legs into place, securing it, and then covering the whole support structure. Alright, what's going on here? So we gotta put these in. And the last little bit of the supports are covered up now. And then there's some more tiling going on here. Basically covering over the orange brick now. So this is what we got so far with all that tiling. You can see it's black against black and so it doesn't come out that well because I don't have the best lighting. And this is the last you're going to see of that orange brick inside. We're about to put stuff in front of it and around it. And then it looks like we're supposed to build two little feet. So the first bits that actually look like dinosaur bits are going onto the skeleton now. And these will go in front of the support structures like that. So let me build the other one and then I'll show you the two little feet we just built. I'm really enjoying this build. I did this in computer Lego last year, but it's actually, this one, this particular set is more satisfying to me in person. Actually, I would assume most sets are more satisfying to me in physical Lego than in computer Lego. But that's what we just did. So we made these two little feet, and they sit in front of the leg supports like that. They're not actually attached right now. But that's our first little bits of dinosaur on this second model. And now it looks like we're going to build the support structure for the front legs. Sorry, I was off camera again. And then I need that bar. All right. And then we get another one of these red Technic bricks that we attach to the pins. then one of these green bricks. And we get another one of these pins. So now we're building the support base for the front legs. And this one looks like it goes... Wow, I am not on camera right now. Let's do this. There, now you can see what I'm doing. All right, this part lines up. I think, yeah, the green lines up against the yellow brick like that. See what I meant about the colors help with the placement? So yeah, there's one piece of the structure, and then we're going to do the same thing for the other side. And we're about an hour into stream, so we're actually making better time on this build than I thought. I thought this was going to be a 4-hour stream because that's how long the computer version took me of the set, is about 4 hours. But we're only 1 hour in, and we're already almost halfway through the Triceratops instruction book. And then I need to push this bar into the hole and line everything up. And then let's not forget the pin this time. And then we need the other green brick. And this goes in here like this. So that's the support structure we just built for the front legs. And we're about to cover all this over. Well, maybe we're not ready to cover it over yet, because it looks like we're going on to building some of the leg joints here. Okay, so I remember the Tyrannosaurus being particularly tough when I did it on computer Lego, but I don't remember too many details of the build. So we'll see. There was, you know what the issue was on the computer Lego, though, is when you have to do rotations on computer Lego, it's not that easy to do precise rotations. That's one of the advantages physical Lego has over computer Lego. And then we have to put these stud pins in so we can attach bits to the outside of the leg bones. And then, how does this go? Okay, so this pin's on. Okay, so that's pretty clever. So this pin will go into this hole, and this pin will go into this hole, and that's a 2-point connection for extra stability. That's pretty clever. Let's just see if I can get this lined up right. There we go. So there we have the first framework for the first leg on. And now we will do the same on the other side. And then we will put the stud pins in for this leg. 4 of them. And it looks like this one has its stud pins in a slightly different positioning. Does that mean we're putting the legs in at different angles for some posing? I guess we'll find out in a moment. Oh, this is the front leg. That's why. Okay. I did not see that coming. So, yeah, so same deal here. There's a pin against pin for 2-point stability. But here, the connection is actually 3 pins long, which is why we have that stud pin in the middle. Sorry I turned it away from the camera. I want to do this without breaking it. I have broken pins and clips before. There we go. So now that's the second leg frame in. Alright, so I see what we're doing here. We're building up the middle of the body, and then we're going to put the leg frames for these 2 legs on the other side of the body. Because the way the pins are, we can't do all the legs first and then put the body in the middle, because the body has to slide into those pins. That's pretty clever. Okay. So, let me set this aside because we're not directly working on that right now. We're working on this section of the skeleton. Yeah. I was originally planning to do the stream tomorrow, but I'm glad I moved it up to tonight, because this is a more substantial set than a lot of the Lego sets I've been doing. The Speed Champions cars only take a certain they don't take me that long to build. This is a much more substantial build process and model. I'm really enjoying this set. This piece, this oddly shaped piece, is often used to shape vehicles. I haven't really seen it in brick-built animals in my work on computer Lego. Oh, I see. So the holes here on the sides, this is how it's going to pin into the legs. I got to build one for the other side now. Okay, so that's done. Let's go on to this page. And 2 of these hinge plates. Usually when you see hinge plates on a static model, it's because a component needs to be put in at a specific angle. Hinge plates are usually used for play features, but they can also be used for shaping detailing. Okay, there are some bricks with holes on the side. This must be for attachment of the other legs. This piece here, it's usually used for horse carts to attach the horse to the vehicle. But here it looks like it's being used to do some bone shaping. And it looks like we get another one of those ball joint plates at the front. So that might be where the head attaches later when we get to bag 3. We're actually making better time than I thought we would on the Triceratops. So far, at least. And now we're doing some of these spiky bone bits. And then, of course, the 1x1 slopes, which I'm getting better at gripping. I'm not concerned about dropping these anymore. There was one Lego set I did many years ago that I don't have anymore that had like 52 of these 1x1 slopes that had to be placed next to each other. That was painful because I don't have the best grip. Okay, so that it rests on there like that. And we have some shaping for the top of the skeleton now. And oh boy. Okay. We'll be doing this step for a while. I have to make 8 of these big rib bone sections. It's basically a clip piece and a long bone, this long curved bone. And I'll make 8 of them and then attach them to the unit. This is the Triceratops rib cage. This is number 6. We're actually more than halfway done with the Triceratops instruction book. Bag 3 might not be as substantial as Bag 2 in terms of what parts of the dinosaur are on it. So how does this attach? So these ribs attach along the bar. So the ribs go on like this. And then we want to try and evenly space them. And then when we are done, when we were done putting the 4 on each side, we're going to try and evenly shift them along the bar so they're evenly spaced. That's good enough. Let's make sure they have the correct rotation to point straight down. And then we can continue on to the 4 ribs for this side. And I'm not pushing them in all the way just yet. I want to see how they position against the rest of the build. And that bone's not folded properly downwards. I think when we finish the Triceratops, we're making good time. So when we finish this dinosaur, I think we're going to take a short bio break. And then I'll talk a little bit about Lego's dinosaur history. And then we will continue on with the Tyrannosaurus. But for right now, let's focus on building the Triceratops. Let's make sure that these are all parallel with each other. Good enough. Okay, so this is what we have so far. An oddly shaped spider, I guess. But not really a spider. So how does this connect? So we have the 2 pinholes that will connect to these pins over here, it looks like. So we actually want to fold the ribs down now so that we can get these onto the model. This rib is out of alignment, and it's going to be hard to fix once we put the legs on. So let me make sure that all the bones have a good alignment before I attach this. Good enough. All right. So we're going to take these pinholes and attach and you can see the body has a slight lean down towards the forward. And I think that's for some of the head shaping. So it's actually pretty sturdy just on these 2 supports, but it'll be even sturdier once we add the other 2 legs to this side. So let's go ahead and set up those legs. And then we want to do our pinholes or our stud pins. And this is going to go on the leg over here. I want to make sure that these 2 bottom pins line up first, and then I'll attach the one at the top. And then we will do this last bit of leg structure here. And then the dinosaur's body portion will be firmly secured to the base at that point once we attach this last leg support. And now I'm going to try and carefully attach this to the model. If I can get these two bottom pins to line up correctly. Okay. Not sure why these two pins are not lining up. We just knocked the foot off as well. There we go. So let's make sure the ribs are in position. Okay, so we have the leg supports attached, and the body is firmly attached to the base now. And now it looks like we're going to be framing up and covering over the Technic supports for the front end of the base. Oh, I just did that whole step off camera. So once I place this is going to be the last little bit. You don't see any color down there anymore. We have now filled in the base here. Let's keep this part on camera. And it looks like we're building the front feet now. And these actually have a little bit more of a... I did not put those clips on correctly. They need to be oriented this way because these feet actually have an extra bone that we're attaching to them. these go on next to the supports like this. And then these upper bones fold down against the frame like that. So we'll build one more of those. And we're almost done with this bag. And then we have one more bag for this model, in which we build the Triceratops' distinctive skull. Triceratops is one of the more iconic dinosaurs because of its unique head shape. And this foot will go on here. I just shook the table and knocked him over. Okay, so this foot will go on to this side, and the bone will rest against the support like that. And then we make a plaque here. It says Triceratops horridus, which is the scientific name of Triceratops. There's the plaque, and we are going to attach it to the front of the model like that. And that's how it sits on the base. Panels. Did I miss panel placement somewhere? Hold on. Yes, I did miss a panel placement. Oh, I see. I missed a panel placement in the back here to cover up technicals. Let's just place these two panels real quick. Yeah. And so all evidence of the support structure inside the base is now covered over. You can still see the Technic bits, but those are going to be covered with standard plates and tiles to make the skeleton look more clean. But here's the body of the Triceratops. Let's open up bag 3 so we can finish the dinosaur. Wow. Bag 3 looks like a sea of tiny white pieces. Piece diving may be difficult because everything is the same color. Okay, so we're already starting with a 4 times on this step. Okay, so we're gonna do, and these I'm just gonna build in place. I'm not gonna build, set aside, and then place, because the model's already standing. So before with the ribs, it would have made it awkward to place the model back down, but with these, since the model's already standing, I can just place these bits as I build them. So we're building 4 of these, and these cover up some of the Technic detailing on the leg supports, and basically smooth out the legs a little bit. And I have to do 3 more of those. piece diving is proving to be a nightmare since everything is the same color in this bag, especially these tiny pieces, but we'll work through it. So yeah. Alright, there's the second leg support tiled over. Let's do the third bit now. And I gotta turn slightly away from the camera so I can see what I'm doing. And then we just gotta do one more of those sections, if I can find the relevant pieces. Okay, so those bits are done. And now we're going to do some bits to cover over the lower legs, it looks like. And how does this... So yeah, what we're doing now is we're basically making the legs look smooth. And let me make sure the rib cage stays shaped out like that. Okay, that's two of those bits done. Let's do two more. I need to turn away from the camera. I need to be able to see what I'm doing. And then we need to do one more of those little sections. So far, piece diving hasn't been too terrible. And as we use up the pieces, there will be less to search through. So even though they're all the same color, it shouldn't be too much of an issue getting through this. Okay, so the leg supports are now smoothed over and actually look like a full-fledged bone structure now. And now it looks like, okay, we need to build... This looks like it's going to be the hip joints. Okay, this attaches how exactly? I think it's supposed to go on like that. And then I have to do one more of those for the other side of the dinosaur. Okay, where's the slope? Yeah. I guess I spoke too soon about peace diving. Where is that piece? There it is. And we will attach this hip bone to this side. Okay, and now we're doing... Okay, we need some hinges now. Okay, where's our other white hinge? There it is. So open up the hinge and put it on. And then we need these arch corners here. And then we need that's a 1x3 plate. Here it is. And we attach these to the bottom of the arch corners. And then we just rotate, we rotate the hinges around until the thing appears to be symmetrical. So this is what we just built. And it looks like that goes on the back end. So I guess this is going to be the pelvis region. How does this attach? Seriously, how does this attach? Oh, it just attaches to the underside like that. And if we come around to the front, we then have some curved slope pieces to attach onto the dinosaur's shoulders. And now we're going to start building up whatever section of bone this is. We get some more of these arch pieces. And then plates with clips. All right, where is there's the other one. And then some more of these slopes. One more like that over the other clip. So this bone section we just put together looks like it's going to be part of the neck bone. And I just snapped it previously assembled bone off. Hold on, let's fix that. And then this part will clip on like that. Let me just get a closer look. We messed up some of the ribs, so we have all sorts of things messed up right now, including a rib that actually came all the way off. So let me see about fixing things. Okay, that came off. Sorry, this is off camera. I'm trying to do a quick fix here. Okay, I think I fixed the neck bone. Slight shift there, because that rib is out of alignment. Alright, I think it's good enough. I think we fixed all the issues. So it looks like we're going to do the tail now. So we have pretty much all the Triceratops body bones, and we just need to build the tail and the head now. And here we have the ball joint that's going to attach the tail once the tail itself is done. I do like this bony texture we have going along the back of the tail. Oh, the ball joint was for tail flexibility. It's actually a hinge joint that we're actually attaching to the body with. There it is. No, no, that's not the piece. There's one of them. And we need 3 of these little bits. And since they go on the underside, I'm gonna put all 3 of them together and then dive under the bone. One more. All right, where is this other piece? Well, we were making good time. There it is. And now we have to take these 3 bits and attach them to the underside of the tailbones like this. And this is what we have for the tail so far. And then it get where's our little hinge? There it is. Not a hinge, but a clip. And then we are basically here. We're basically doing the same thing we did on the ribs to make the tip of the tail here. So that's our tail. And this will clip into the hinge here. And let's try and angle it appropriately so it looks as natural as can be. Obviously, it's not going to look completely natural. We're made out of blocky Lego, but... So there's the tail. And now we're going to start on the Triceratops unique head. This is a big, huge pile of parts for only 10 more pages of instructions. It'd be interesting to see how this comes together. Okay, there's the piece. And this is the piece that will attach to the ball joint on the neck. And we have a stud on side bricks, like this. And something is not right. Hold on. There, I fixed it. I fixed it before it became a problem. I'm getting good at noticing problems early. But on the Speed Champions car I did a couple nights ago, well, there was a problem I didn't discover until later on. That is not the piece we need. This is the piece we need. Sorry if I'm getting off camera a bit. I'm trying my best. So yeah, the Triceratops has proven to be a pretty substantial build here. And I expect the Tyrannosaurus will be the same. Well, the Tyrannosaurus will be its own series of coolness and challenges, I think. So we have a little 3x3 plate on which we're building this step. We get to put these little pointy bits on, and then some square bits as well. And then some more of the 1x1 slopes. Yeah, I will definitely need a stretching and bio break after this build before we start the last one. But that's okay because we've been going for 2 hours. And I'm only human. Normal humans need a break after so long. I'll keep it short though, because I have a feeling the other build's also going to be pretty substantial. I need one more of those bricks. Where's the slope? There it is. Okay, this is the skull so far. Clearly we've got a long way to go on it. Maybe I have that pointing the wrong way. I can't really tell which way they're supposed to be pointing. All I know is that's supposed to be parallel with the plate. Maybe this piece is meant to go on this side. Yeah, I can keep it straight if I put it on this side. But then again, that doesn't look like the picture, so maybe not. Alright. Tell you what we'll do. Let's build the other one of these and then try and match it up with the picture. Okay, it looks like that's how it's supposed to go. And that one's actually holding straight, so there we go. I fixed it. Let's make sure they're pushed in flush. So this is the progress so far. Okay, there's a lot going on this assembly here. Okay, this assembly is coming along. These are all tiny pieces on this assembly. That's why part of why my fingers keep getting in the way. And this goes on the front of the skull like this. It looks like the instructions show to attach it like that. And now I'm beginning to see some of the shaping going on. And now we're building, it looks like we're starting up the crest of the jaw now. Or not the jaw, the crest of the skull. It would be on the opposite end of the skull from where the actual jaw is. That was a slip of the tongue. It's got these little bony spikes coming out the sides of the crest, it looks like. And then some wedges. Okay, so we really are almost done with the Triceratops. You can see there's not a lot of pieces left in front of me. It looks like we put these pointy tooth bits around to make the bony edges of the crest. And these two are supposed to go at an angle, it looks like. And then we're supposed to put some on this end of the skull as well. I know I'm not giving the best camera view right now. These pieces are tiny. If we come down to the bottom, we're supposed to secure this whole assembly with two more of these wedge plates on the bottom. And that, yeah, that holds this whole bony structure together. And then we take one of those, and then we tile that off. And we add two more pointy bits. And I just dropped a piece. Rolled off the table while I wasn't looking. But I felt it fall against my sock, so against my foot. So I knew it went off. And this crest attaches to the back of the skull like this on this hinge. And this The connection wasn't very strong. Hold on. I don't think I have it snapped in all the way. Now I'm losing the connection up here. I can't win with this thing. No, everything. Alright. There's only one angle at which this particular hinge works, where because of the way everything else is positioned. And that's good. That shows how hinges are used for precise shaping. And now we're putting on, oh shoot, there's supposed to be 2 of those. Where's the other piece? Did the other piece go off the table as well? Shoot. Or is it in the, there it is. That didn't take too much effort to find. And then we're putting on the Triceratops' famous horns, like this. So that's what we got so far. And now it looks like we're building a, what looks like it's going to be the lower jaw. For real, we're doing the jaw now, it looks like. Oh, I just did those bits off camera. Sorry about that. And this attaches how? How's this supposed to attach? I'm not seeing the obvious connection point here. Obviously, it's supposed to line up like that. I think that's how it's meant to go. Okay, so here's our Triceratops skull completed. You can see its crest and its 2 distinctive horns. And there is also a shorter horn over its nose. That's what that slow piece represents. And now we have to attach it to the ball joint on the neck, like that. And just like that, we have completed the second dinosaur. So, oh, it's got some substantial weight to it. Let's move the tail down a notch, like that. Yeah, that's a more satisfying look to me, I think, because it follows the bones better, I think. So yeah, here's our Triceratops completed. I'll push these over to the bits. And let's put this here. And I'll take this one back out. And we'll put him here. And there's really no way to do this with the instructions on screen. And I will preview the last build like that. And you know what? The paleontologist can have his equipment while we take a quick bio break here. I shall be back in a few minutes. We just passed the 2-hour mark. So actually, we're on target for what I estimated the length of this stream might be. And the stream I want to raid into just went on, but they typically run until midnight, so we shouldn't hit any problems. So here's the first 2 builds. Here's our first 2 dinosaur skeletons, and our paleontologist and human skeleton. And I will be back to clear the space for the third skeleton in a couple minutes. All right, I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. And I would like to share with you a brief history. Sorry about that. Anyway, I'd like to share with you a brief history of Lego dinosaurs. So, in the 90s, there was this Lego had an in-house series inspired by Indiana Jones called Adventurers. This was before they got their Indiana Jones license. Adventurers had 4 phases, 4 waves. Their first adventure was in an Egyptian setting. The second, and then there was a wave set in the Amazon rainforest, and that was the smallest of the 3 waves. They had a really popular and big wave called Orient Expedition, which was set in Asia. And then they also had one. I'm not sure the exact order of the waves, except I know that Egypt came first. And then there was they had 4 different adventures. They had Egypt, the Amazon, the Orient Expedition, and they also had a dinosaur island, where the adventurers were on an island where dinosaurs had survived. It was that phase of adventures was kind of inspired by the Jurassic Park franchise. And then around the same time as that, they had a series just called Dinosaur, which was a series of brick-built dinosaurs in the canister packaging that was popular at the time with Bionicle. And each canister came with enough parts to create 1 dinosaur, but you had 4 options for each build. And they were brick-built dinosaurs, but with molded parts. And then a few years later, there was a very small series that only had like 6 sets in it, called a Dino Attack, which was about post-apocalyptic mutant dinosaurs and some and a team of heroes who would fight against them. And then a few years later, around around the same time that they were running Pharaoh's Quest and Atlantis and Alien Conquest, there was a series called I think it was just called Dinosaur, but it was basically another Jurassic Park inspired series with a distinctive yellow and black architecture to its buildings and vehicles. And it was basically a bunch of science facilities and vehicles and some dinosaur models. And then a few years later, in 2015, when the Jurassic World movie came out, uh, Lego actually got the license for the actual Jurassic movie franchise, and they've been running with it ever since. So Lego has a rich history with dinosaurs, and this and they also have a rich history with educational matters, going through the architecture series, and now into the botanical series, and the ideas and icons series. A lot of these higher end display pieces include information in the packet about what inspired the models and educational information about what they represent. We saw some of that in the beginning of the Triceratops manual, um, but I didn't go over it. But yeah, we have one more dinosaur to build. This is the big boy. This is uh, this is the dinosaur that I think most dinosaur fans consider most popular. And it's also one of the scariest. We need to start building our Tyrannosaurus. So let's take the supplies off, and let's take the pterodactyl and the pteranodon, I mean, and the triceratops off, and make space for the big boy. And let us go into the instruction book now. And we need to start by opening bag 4. And bag 4 looks like it's the base and the bottom of the leg structure. Not as many plates for this base because this bad boy is a 2-legger. You'll see you'll see when we build him, he's almost as long as a Triceratops, but because he only has 2 feet, he's bipedal. He only has 2 feet that touch the ground, so the base itself doesn't need to be nearly as substantial as it needs to be for the Triceratops. And you can see here, there's actually not a lot of pieces in bag 1. It looks like we're just building the feet and the legs here. So we start with the plate, and then there is a long brick, and then we put it on the other plate. And then we put in some more bricks. And these colored bricks we're going to put in the middle. Same deals with the Triceratops. They're going to get covered over. They're going to they're put in to help us line up the Technic supports for the legs. So that's what we got so far on the base, the interior supports. And now we are going to build the first Technic structure. I did not put that in the correct way. The pin needs to go in that way. Another Butterfingers moment. But that's okay. This is a nice big piece. So there was no way it was getting lost on the floor. I could see where it landed without any effort whatsoever. Okay. It looks like this time we're building the whole leg. And we have these studs on the side so we can do that layer of smoothing at the end. And it looks like this time we're putting studs on both sides. Oh shoot. I put that pin in the wrong location. Time for the brick separator. And that's how you push a pin out of a Technic hole using a brick separator. And this lines up with this one like this. Let's line up those pins. And this structure will go onto the base. Line up the colored bricks. And that is what we have so far. The beginnings of the first leg. And now we will build what appears to be another one of those for the other leg. This one feels different somehow. Oh, because I did not line them up correctly. I did not position that correctly. Let's try that again. Once I get this pin out. I'm glad I caught that before I moved on to the next step where it really would have become an issue. All right. We have resolved that issue and we can move on. And we need a pin. And now we need to do this again. And we need another pin. I know I'm not giving the best camera view right now. I'm trying. And then we put these pins in. And the axle. And I see why we're doing the axle the way we are. It's so that we can build the legs and then put the rib cage in. And as we line up the holes, we can push these axles in to hold it in place. That's pretty clever, actually. I've seen that technique used on Technic structures before. They use that a lot on frame sections. The internal frames of like Star Wars ships, I've seen that used a lot. And we'll press that onto the build like that. And here we have the base with the beginning structure of the legs. And then we put these panels. We're not going to forget the panels this time. We're going to line them up with the bricks on the sides to cover up the pinholes. You see the pinholes on the sides? They give you these panels to put in front of them and cover them up so it's smooth. And you don't see the Technic pins. And I'm pretty sure that tile is where the sticker is going to go, so I'm not going to put it on just yet. Yep. I want to line up the sticker and then put the tile on. So this sticker just says Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is the big bad. This is the big bad when it comes to dinosaurs. So there is our plaque. And we will put this in on the front of the base like that. And just like that, our sticker sheet is used up. And now we're going to create what appears to be the dinosaur's feet. Okay. It says build it twice, but I'm going to build the first one, put it on. Actually, we missed a step. Yeah, I forgot to do the tiling over because I was so focused on the sticker. Sorry about that. Let's go ahead and put these tiles on, and then we'll come back to building the feet. And same deals with we get some more of these collectible minifigure stands. Oh, I see. There's these are meant to line up like that. And just like that, all the colored support bricks are covered over. And now we can move on and build those dinosaur feet. And it says 2x, but as I build each one, I'm just going to put it on the model since the legs are now attached to the base. Interesting that they're not having this 2x1 clip plate as a sub-assembly on the foot. Well, the foot itself is already a sub-assembly, so maybe that's why. Now, these may be skeletons, but when it comes to brick-built animals, this is only the second set I have that features brick-built animals. Unless, of course, you count the Mario stuff, because all the Mario characters are brick-built. So it looks like we're supposed to attach them on the CMF studs, like that, and then lean this bony section against the leg structure, like that. And then these claws we can put against the base like that. And then I have to do that one more time for the other foot. So yeah, we may actually end up hitting that 4-hour mark that I estimated, because we're already at 2.5 hours, and we're just barely starting the Tyrannosaurus. So, and then the claws. Even though you can just see the feet now, you can tell how scary this skeleton is going to be when we finish it. Even just the feet are sharp, pointy claws. And let's line this up. And let me make sure that's all even. Yeah, there we go. And so there it is. We have the very bottom of our dinosaur skeleton. And I'll position the claws against the base. And it looks like this dinosaur actually gets knee joints. Same deal as before. I'll build one, attach it, then do the other. Oh, I just did that whole bone off camera. Sorry. So this is what this bone looks like. And how does this attach? This attaches to these blue studs here. And then this piece looks like folds up at a little bit of an angle. And then we do that again for the other side. And then we, same deal as before, we line it up with these two blue studs here. And then we raise this bit up a little bit. And the knee joints, the knee bones are in place. And now we do this bit. And this will connect to the other blue stud like this. And then I do one more for this side. This actually shows some of the skeletal structure openings. The Triceratops didn't really do too much of that. And then we take this, and this lines up on the insides of the legs like this to cover all the studs like that. So this is where we are at the end of bag 4. We have the legs and feet of the Tyrannosaurus. It looks like bag 5 is going to be the body, and then bag 6, I guess, is going to be the head and tail. Oh, and we have another one of these horse vehicle pieces. I think we're going to use that for the rib cage again. Oh, and we actually have a clear brick in this bag as well. So clearly there's going to be some detailing that needs to look like it's suspended. Or otherwise. Anyway, this bag and the last bag look to be mostly white. So we're going to have some more. We're going to have some more slow parts diving on these last two bags. What's going on here? Okay, I see how we're doing this. Okay. We're starting with some pins on on another Technic piece. Well, let's just make sure the foot bones are against the support. Yeah, we're good. Okay, we need to find that tile. That's a plain tile, and it looks like it's forced 4 long. There it is. So it looks like this is going to be the upper part of the leg. And yeah, it connects here. And we push this axle in to connect this in like that. Okay, and I assume we're going to build the body and then do the upper leg for the other side. Yep, that's what it looks like. So we're going to set this aside out of the way of the build so that I can try and put the action on camera as best as possible. But you know by now, my little table isn't the perfect setup for Lego. It's good enough. We've done many streams with this little table, but it's not a perfect setup. Okay, little tiny 1x1 brackets. Let's see if I can find them in the pile. So yeah, this is only my second set involving brick-built animals, but Lego has a rich history with those too. They just don't do that as much with dinosaurs because in most of the dinosaur sets, there are dinosaur figures. But there's a few that have brick-built dinosaurs. Dinosaurs have been done several times over the years in the Creator 3-in-1 line. Okay, and then these, it looks like these holes are where we're going to line these up with the legs, the pinholes on the sides of these plates. There should be 2 more of those in this pile. There we go. These pieces are often used for vehicle axles, or vehicle axle holes, I should say. And then we cover that. Our little sub-assembly here is starting to pick up some weight. And the majority of this bag is going to be in the sub-assembly. So, yeah, the bulk of the model is in this bag. Okay, what am I missing here? I'm not missing any pieces. It's just that the pieces I need are buried in the sea of white. Okay, seriously, where are these pieces? We're looking, there's one. Basically, we're looking for the 2 little jumper plates, and there they were. We're ready to, we got them on. And now we're adding some more pinholes. So there's going to be, I guess, another joint that goes there. I need to find 1 more of those. Sea of white, not helping. It's rough when all the pieces are the same color. But we got through it with the Triceratops, and we're going to get through it with the Tyrannosaurus. And there are some pieces with a distinctive shape that you can't miss, such as that curved piece that we just put on. But I do need to find 1 more of those. No, that's not it. There it is. Ah, there's that piece. go on the bottom here. It looks like we get 2 of these. Hmm. Now, when I build Lego for myself off stream at the bigger table, I don't have the problem with pieces falling off on the floor because that table's actually big enough to work with Lego properly. My brother actually built a 2,000 piece set over there from the architecture line. Okay, there's that step. And now we there it is. And then this piece. This looks to be a very substantial bag in terms of piece count. $10 exactly. I should be able to finish this before my brother gets home. It's gonna be disruptive to stream if he walks in while I'm still got the camera rolling. But it's not a big deal. He's always welcome to guest appear on my stream whenever he wants. He just chooses not to. Or he's not home to do so. But now that he's starting to get a Lego collection of his own, we'll start to see him guest appear for some of his Lego builds. Hopefully. We did it for his Haunted Mansion build. Hopefully we can do it again for another build of his. I would like to see that. But he might be getting a new job soon. And if he gets a new job, he'll be moving out for a while. So maybe we won't see him guest star with some more Lego. Alright, seriously, where is that piece? That's a distinctly shaped piece, so I shouldn't have any issues finding it in this pile, and yet here I am. If I was a long white piece with slopes, where would I hide? In a pile of white pieces of all different shapes and sizes. Let's check the bags. It's not in the bag. I'm really not seeing where this piece is hiding. It looks like, well, there it is. We found it. It was hiding under another piece. Let us continue. That was scary for a moment. And it looks like we're doing ball joint plates on here. This might be where the little tiny arms are going to attach. Tyrannosaurus, big hulking body, little tiny arms. It's almost laughable how tiny a Tyrannosaurus's arms are compared with the rest of the body. And now we're going to put on that little horse vehicle piece before we finish this step. But we're also putting on these hinge plates on the back. Caught that one and before it could go off the table. So it looks like we're lining what's going to be the inside of the rib cage with some smoothing now. I think is what's going on this step. Oh, I forgot a piece. I forgot one of the brackets. Now I can push this piece in. Alright, so that's what it looks like with those tiling inside the brackets. And there's what appears to be where the transparent brick clip goes. Not sure why we're dealing with a transparency, but I guess we'll find out shortly. And we have some more of those pointy bone bits. Okay, so that's how that connects. Okay, so that piece goes on top. Okay. There's that. And that goes there. And then I need to do one more of those with the opposite wedge. And that goes there. And then this goes here and holds that whole structure together. No, wrong. I think that's wrong. Hold on. Yeah, it kind of has to go there. But this shows... Oh, no. I see what's going on there. I had it right the first time. The gray bit we see is the hinge. It's not the studs. And then we just need to find that half pyramid slope. We just passed the 3-hour mark, which is cool. It just means this is a more substantial build than we usually do here. There it is. There's some significant weight to this Tyrannosaurus torso. So now we're going to do some more hinging. There's the other hinge base. And then we got these cool shield tiles. The shield tile is a cool piece. And then these fold down to the side like that. And then this section, this wedge attaches to the front bracket. How exactly does it line up, though, is the question. I think it lines up like that. I hope that's lined up correctly. So now we have to put some little 1x1 brackets on the underside. This is the probably, in terms of piece count, this is either the biggest set in my collection or a second biggest set in my collection, based only on piece count. This is the most expensive modern set in my collection as well. I have one set that's much more expensive than this one, though. All right. The number of pieces we have here is starting to diminish, which is good because it means it's going to be easier to get to the bits we do need. Axle side out. Okay. So it looks like we're building up a bit of, not sure which bone this is, but let's build it up. Okay, so these line up here, it looks like. And then this joint comes forward at an angle, and then this bit goes perpendicular. So that needs to be at a slight angle, and then this hinge needs to come up another click. Too many clicks. The picture looks like it's approximately there in that position. And then this goes on this hinge like this. And it looks like that angle's approximately there. Okay, this section pins in to this hole. It looks like it's supposed to go approximately there. Looks like I had a chatter at some point. Sorry, I missed you. When I'm in the Lego zone, I'm not always looking at the chat. Sorry about that. And then another one of those for the other side. We need one more of the wedges. There it is. And this will go on here like that. And now it has us building the ribs. Same deal as we did with the Triceratops. I'm going to make the ribs and then attach them. So we need to make 8 of them. Okay, and it's interesting. It looks like some of these have mold marks going one way, and some of these have mold marks going the other way. But it won't matter once we actually put them in. So let's start up the ribs. and then we'll worry about spacing them like we did with the Triceratops. We'll try and make them as evenly spaced as possible and as parallel as possible. And of course, trying to close them up just knocked them off. So let's try that again. Once we have the ribs set on this side, let's go ahead. Sorry, that whole thing was off camera. I need to hold it there, so we'll close up the ribs after I finish placing them. Oh, these side bits aren't supposed to be anywhere near the ribs, it looks like. Okay then. But also show the ribs being at the... Let me, sorry, I'm off camera again. Based on page count, we're about halfway done with the Tyrannosaurus. But that's just by number of steps. There really doesn't look like there's a lot more to this bag. Man, I'm just breaking things, aren't I? Okay, something just went off the table. Hold on. Excuse me a minute. What went off? Excuse me. It was the rib that snapped off. And this bone in the bottom isn't wanting to stay in position either because I keep moving things around. And I'm off camera again. I'm trying to do some precision fixing right now, so sorry about that. It says they're supposed to be hanging down, but it won't let me turn this on the clip. So maybe I have it too far to the forward, which means these other ribs are spaced out too much. Where, at what point on the bar does it let me fold this one down the way it's supposed to? So these ribs actually aren't supposed to be spaced out, it looks like. And they come down like that. Yeah, it's supposed to partially go over that smooth piece. Okay, so let's fix it on this side as well. And if I fold the ribs down like that, and it looks like a couple of them are still not lined up properly. Oh, that's pretty good. Sorry, that whole thing was off camera, but I fixed the ribs. And it looks like the whole torso section is ready to go onto what we've built. So it looks like those two pinholes on the side uh, connect in with these two pins on the leg piece like this. And I just knocked a rib out of alignment. And yeah, that's not very sturdy. We need to get that other leg support on there ASAP. So let's move on to the next section and get this other leg support built, because that is definitely not stable right now. Okay, and so I need to face this one away from the camera for a moment. You can see the body has a distinct lean where it's weighing down the one leg. So let's see. It attaches to the pin like that. And then it attaches up here on the body like this. And then we have to connect that bottom axle like this. And what's not correct here? Something's not correct because it's not lined up. All right, let's take okay. Something is out of alignment here. I see where the problem is. Okay then. We'll fix the ribs in a minute. But yeah, this leg joint was attached in the incorrect position. It's supposed to attach on this side. Push that axle through, and then we can come through, and now this side should line up properly, and boom, we have some properly aligned legs. Let me fix the ribs real quick. And then the ribs will hold this bone centrally, and we just fixed the legs. Now, so yeah, I think what I might do is I might parts build the Brachiosaurus skeleton from the Natural History Museum so I can make it part of this display. But if I do that, that'll be off stream. So it looks like we're making some more smooth tiling for the outsides of the upper portions of the legs now. Where's that circle come into play? Okay, so that was just added on the previous step. Okay, so that goes on this blue stud here. And I don't think we've done the equivalent piece on the other side yet. But yeah, that goes there. And now I can take this joint that I made, line it up with the legs, and then rotate in this joint into position. And yeah, I know I'm turning it away from the camera right now, but I need to be able to see what I'm doing for this step. So I have 2 Lego Speed Champions 2 packs on the way, as well as a couple singles. That series is going to continue full swing on my channel in the coming weeks and months. We're at 9 cars out of 36, and that's going to be the main focus of my Lego collection for the time being. But I also want to expand my Mario collection some. Not all my Mario builds are going to be on stream, but I do want to get the Mario and Luigi starter sets to go with Peach. That's probably on my that's probably going to be on my June Lego budget. And when we get Luigi and Mario, we're going to do a stream where I build their 2 starter sets and get them set up. And that will probably just be those 2 sets, because my Mario budget is going to be severely limited until I finish Speed Champions. My budget for any non-Speed Champions Lego is going to be limited. There is one special $100 set I want to get and do on stream, though. But I think it's a 1,500 piece set, so if this stream goes 4 hours, that one might go 5 or 6 hours. Big, long marathon stream. Okay, so I think we're building the little tiny arms now. Based on the shaping and the hinging going on. Alright, so how's that going to hang down? That's going to hang down like that. Let's see here. So these have little tiny hands with the little tiny claw pieces. And this will go onto the ball joint on this side. And there you can see the first arm. And now we're gonna build the other arm. and there's very few pieces left. We're about to move into the last bag for the build. And we're right at the 3.5 hour mark. Not that the time matters. When I do this other big build, probably in June, or that one's going to be a 5 or 6 hour stream. I can feel it. So let's get these last two little claws on to this arm so I can attach to this ball joint here. And that's the last of the pieces for this bag. So this is our Tyrannosaurus so far. He's just missing his tail and his head at this point. So let's go ahead and get out this last bag 6. And it looks like bag 6 starts off with the tail. Wow, that was close. A couple of the pieces went almost to the edge of the table, but thankfully nothing actually went off. Yeah, I'm dreading the day when I start collecting Star Wars ships, because most of the Star Wars ships are gray. And there's going to be a sea of same color pieces like this, except even more so because a lot of those ships are substantial many piece builds. Okay, the dinosaur can't stay there. It's obscuring your view of me working on it's obscuring where my hand position is. So I'm going to move it over to this side. And I know it's a little blocked off by the instruction manual, but you can't even, considering the head's not attached, there's nothing terribly exciting to look at with that model right now. It's just a bunch of bones. And I've knocked another rib out of alignment. Let's fix that real quick. Alright, let's get on with the build. If I had to estimate, I think we're going to end up just over the 4-hour mark, because this is a monocolor sea of pieces, and piece diving is going to be difficult for this last bag. I knew going into the build that a lot of the build was all the same color, but it does provide an extra layer of challenge and time consumption during the build. Okay, so hinge on side, not on end. I'm looking for a very specific shape of hinge plate. There it is. We do have some more of these spiky bits to run up and down the tail. Not sure why they didn't use standard jumpers there, but whatever, still works. Not quite as cleanly, but it works. Remember, every piece we take out of the pile of pieces makes each subsequent piece a little tiny, slightly bit easier to find. And then we need the ball joint. And then another one of the hinge pieces. Now, this is a long tail. The next couple dinosaurs that I'm going to work with in Lego are probably going to be brick-built ones, but I'm not sure if that's going to be a stream set or one of the ones I do off-stream for myself. Wow, this is a very long tail. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting off camera again. But this is tiny precision pieces, so I need to be able to put my hands comfortably. Shoot. One of those pieces fell where I really can't reach it. Hold on. Yeah, I see where it went. Okay, and these get some bigger spiky bone bits. Then I gotta do one more of those for the next section. We need to find the other big spiky piece. There it is. And this one will go under this tail section. And then we're doing some more bits, pointy bits for the tail, it looks like. But these use the smaller pointy bits. They're otherwise the same construction though. This is a very detailed, involved build. kind of satisfying seeing it come together. Okay, all right, so we got the big tail done, and let's attach it onto the back. Where is that's the hinge right there. And I just knocked a rib out of alignment again. And let's turn this joint, this bone this way. Let's get the tail out of the way. I have it. Okay, so now if I take this over, you can see just how long that tail goes. And I really need to stop trying to pick it up by the rib section, because it's not easy to get in there and reposition the ribs when I knock them out of alignment. Okay. So we just have the big head left to do. And let's position this over here to the side. Hey, headless tyrannosaur. That's probably how that skeleton became a skeleton. Anyway, let's continue on with the build, because we still have a significant number of pieces here. So that looks like it's one of the reverse tiles. There it is. And yeah, that position's not going to work because my hand keeps getting in the way. We'll put them there and pray that you can see the action. Sorry if the action is mostly off camera. At this point, I'm trying to power through because it now is suddenly very late. And I've only got an hour before the Saturday night stream I like to raid into um, typically shuts down. So we do have to get this done at this point if we want to raid them. Last I checked, I didn't see much options for alternate raids. It is Saturday night, and a lot of people tend to go out on Saturday night, so if we can't raid my preferred stream, I don't know who we're going to end up raiding out to. My usuals almost never are available Saturday nights, other than the one stream that I typically raid, because he's a family friend. Alright. There's the pibble piece. Okay, okay, the sub-assembly is getting a sub-assembly of its own. Sorry. Okay, and then this goes like this. Okay, so this is the next section, and this attaches, these clips attach here, and then this section hinges down, and man, this whole thing is kind of sharp to work with. And then this one goes like this. And then we're going to attach the head up there at the end of that. I still got to keep it to the side though, so that you can see what I'm doing. There's not a terribly huge number of pieces left. There's only about 12 pages left of instructions. So the skull should come together pretty quickly at this point. Stream's at pretty much the 4-hour mark. So I think we're going to end up at 4 hours and a quarter, 4 hours and 20-ish. Not bad for a 900-piece set, I must say. Really big, high piece count sets. I mean, I did 4 hours for a 600-piece set once. So we really didn't make bad time at all today. We did pretty well in the timing. Even though this was a bit of a longer build. And the dinosaurs have been granted my, I have granted my dinosaurs the, my dedicated rotating display spot, at least for a few weeks. The Speed Champions cars have their own spots, so they don't, because they're a whole set, they don't get the dedicated display spot. That's for special sets and special occasions. Okay, what am I missing? Oh, okay, I was looking for the wrong pieces. That's why I wasn't finding them. That will do it. I will say these last two dinosaurs have been very substantial, detailed builds. There was no way to predict what I was getting into building that first Pteranodon. I like big, detailed, substantial builds because the building portion takes longer, and therefore there's more fun time involved. I do have some cool plans for my Lego collection moving forward. I have a special stream. I have a couple of Disney streams planned for the summer, but that's still a couple months away, so you won't. I'm not gonna ruin the surprise. I'm not gonna spoil the surprise just yet. At some point, I'm gonna start a Lego Star Wars collection because Star Wars is kind of my thing. It's just Lego Star Wars is so big and so many of the sets are so expensive that it's overwhelming to think about. So Star Wars is the next is probably Star Wars I'm not going to launch full speed into until after I finish Speed Champions. Okay, I can see some shaping starting to happen here. I see what's going on here. Let's make sure these quarter tiles line up correctly. And then there's one of these on there as well. And this goes here, like this. Oh, unlike the Triceratops skull, for the Tyrannosaurus skull, it looks like they did make an attempt to get the iconic hole shapes in the skull. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so this is what we got so far. Obviously, we're missing the jaw and the teeth, but it's coming together nicely. And what do you know, the very next step is some teeth. So that's what the skull looks like with the upper teeth added. And it's starting to get this scary look that the Tyrannosaurus is known for. It looks like now we're going to build the lower jaw with the rest of its teeth. And we're quickly running out of pieces here. So we'll be done with his head very shortly. Okay, that's a clever way of doing the teeth. We're using more of these spiky pieces. And battle droid arms for the jaw joint, it looks like. Interesting parts usage there. So here's the lower jaw. And now we're going to attach it. And we're going to fold the joint up and around like this. And there is our Tyrannosaurus skull. Definitely scary looking. And now he's eating the other skeleton. Jokes aside, though, this is a skeleton, so he's a dead dinosaur. He's not eating anybody anymore. Wow, the head does have some weight and is holding that joint down. Let's click it up a notch so it looks like he's at least. I like the head in that position. And that's the last page of the instructions. So we are ready to raid out. Let me turn off the instructions. Who's streaming? Okay, Brett's still streaming, so we have our raid. But let me go ahead and set the exit scene for you. I've turned off the manual. So now you have full view of the tabletop. So yeah, the Tyrannosaurus takes up a substantial amount of space here. We'll have to crop out his tail to make room for the others, I think. And here's the Triceratops. And here's the Pteranodon. Let's he'll have to be slightly cropped out to make them all fit, I think. Then we will also bring the crate of supplies back out. And there we go. That's our spread. 3 dinosaur skeletons to celebrate Earth Weekend. Tyrannosaurus, Triceratops, and here a Pteranodon. And we have our paleontologist with his supplies, and a minifigure skeleton for scale. Let's go ahead and raid out to Brett the Breton. And have a happy rest of Earth Weekend and Earth Day on Monday. And also a happy Passover this week. So we're raiding out to my good friend Brett the Breton. Have a good night, and I will see you soon. Hopefully with some more Speed Champions cards or some other Lego. And we do have to get back to the gaming at some point too. And in a couple weeks, Star Wars weekend is coming up, and we'll be doing some gaming for that. So have a good night. Happy Earth Week. Happy Passover. And I will see you soon. And I will see you soon. And I will see you soon. And I will see you soon.
I'm just not doing it every time. I'm giving the show at least one drink. I'm not gonna do it the rest, probably.
Sure.
Well, I need to be able.
So he says.
I need to be able to get home, and
I know. Yeah, this is a quick way to binge drink.
But
and that's
I
probably
have.
Not good, but.
I also am a little more cautious because I feel like cops might be a little bit heightened tonight.
Why is that?
420.
Oh, 420, duh. Yeah.
So they like.
By the way, happy 420, everybody.
Yeah, Uncle Evie's on. It's not.
Oh, hey, what's up, dude? I saw your missed call, Evie. Sorry about that. I will call you tomorrow. I was trying to work on the van. You missed the story earlier about that.
Anyway, I was gonna say is like I don't think it's enough